Alright, we should be live. Of course, it always takes a minute which to figure everything out. Regardless, though, here we are. We get back into the game. Alright, so when we last left off, let me think. I played a little bit throughout the week. I believe last time I played, I went and got a fox, which is still alive, I hope. We didn't get both foxes, we just got one. Because the first fox, if you recall, decided to dive bomb continuously into the dirt. So unfortunately he did not live. But, yep, we still have fox number 2. Hello, Ghost. How you doing? So we still have our fox, which is good, because I've actually been making some progress on the base itself. And I updated the mob farm. It's up in the sky, which I need rockets to get to. Good job for what? What'd I do? Gotta sleep. It's a quick sleep. Sometimes that plugin, like, if it's almost daytime, like, as soon as you get into bed, you are immediately back up. Like I was saying, oh, it's 2:44 a.m.? That's pretty late, man. Already lost your Friday, it's now Saturday for you. It's only, 7:44 p.m. here. How's your Friday night been going? Cause it ain't Saturday until you go to sleep. That's how that usually works. In the mind, anyways. What did you do? Did you break your sleep schedule? Oh yeah, I always forget. I need to go get more paper. Well, why'd you hit your friend with a car? A little too many beverages? Wow, that's not really an excuse to hit someone with a car. At that point, you just stop talking to both of them. Because now you're in trouble. Over something they did. One of these days I need to repair the speech. This is where I hunt charged creepers whenever it thunderstorms, and it's pretty obvious. No, I've been on Twitch for a while. I've been on Twitch since July of last year, I think. Because I have one viewer. You'll find that there's a lot of people at one viewer, and that's because there's a lot of people that stream. And because there's so many people out there streaming, it's very hard for people to find like new people. Welcome to the chat. But yeah, it's a major problem for a lot of new streamers, even the older ones. There's a visibility problem. Most people show up on Twitch because they want to like chat with the whole bunch of people. So the first thing you're going to click on is like the homepage, and you're going to see like the most popular streamers with like 30,000 viewers, and people just love the hype of the chat. Most of the people, probably like yourself, show up to the bottom rung streams because you like the individual attention. Because you're probably not going to get individual attention from large streamers because they'll never see your message. Your message is gone in half a second. Meanwhile, if you find someone that has very few viewers in a inactive chat, the chances of them interacting back is almost guaranteed. So there's like two different dynamics on Twitch. You have the people that just like the spam chat, and then you have the people that are wanting to hang out and chat. Well, that's nice of you. Personally, I just stream whenever I'm playing games. I'm not looking to make it a career. Doing it for fun. Alright, we got plenty of rockets now. I think I'll keep the rest of those in here for now. Yeah, individual chatting is pretty nice. I was never a big fan. I wasn't, well, still am not, someone that will jump into like a large stream, because I just don't really enjoy the content usually. That's great. Have you decided like what games you're going to be playing? I should have left the water up here, because now I have to use rockets to get back up. I might have to put that back at some point. But this is the mob farm I worked on last week, I think. Maybe it was Monday. Not the best, but it's working a lot better than the previous one. Yeah, I tend to look for low as well. I like to see what other people are doing. There's like a different mindset to low view streams versus high viewer count. It's a different like demographic. But this is my mob farm here. Oh, unfortunately it does not catch spiders because the spiders are too fat to fit through the waterway. But essentially, this is just a bunch of stacks of these platforms. And whenever the redstone activates, the observer then pushes water out, and then it keeps going up and up and up. Then eventually it does it again, causing it to retract the water. And then things can spawn here, and then they get pushed off, and they get filtered down. Oh, I lost the other piece of cobble. Do I have anything that will fit? 5-year-old minigames? You talking about in Minecraft or something else? I'm gonna have to cover this with wood because I lost the other piece of cobble. Yeah, I've had people suggest that I play like Bed Wars and all those other multiplayer games in some of the larger servers. I'm just not really interested in that. I think I have like 100 and something followers. I'm already an affiliate. I just turned off ads because personally, there's really nothing to be gained from having them on, so. Oh, thanks for following. Are you sure you didn't unfollow? Because it didn't register. If oh, there it is. Thank you. Oh, there's my cobblestone. But eventually I'm gonna have to lower this because after sitting here for a while, this gets congested because it's not high enough to kill the mobs that have armor. Yeah, I started playing Minecraft back in beta, so back when it was like $20. And they still haven't charged me another dime for it, so I'd say that's pretty good. Yeah, eventually I might do a public server. For now, this is a closed server. I have other VTubers that also play on it occasionally. So, I'm gonna leave this. I had a bit of a panic moment right there. I was like, did I put my elytra on? Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah, there's a Koji and Orin that also play on the server. And here is the giant hole. Yeah, catch you later, Ghost. So this is going to be the base I'm working on. Previously, it probably came up to like right here. But then I spent some time digging it out. I also finally got gunpowder, so I started blowing it up. So the goal for the first part of my stream is to finish this. So I think 2 stacks of TNT ought to do the trick. It's probably more than what I need, but I think just in case, we'll minimize the amount of digging I have left to do. Once we have this, let's check what we need to get rid of. So this part already goes down to the lowest level, I think. So I need to do like the center here, that bit over there, and over there. So I probably need to get some more wood so I can actually make levers. And then I also need stone. I have like 3 different ways of getting down here. Alright, so this one goes all the way down to the beacon, which is covered up because unfortunately, I built my mob farm like 1 block off. But that's fine, I have to move that beacon later anyways. Unfortunately, I wanted to place it in that general area, but I don't think it's going to fit in that area. Alright, so I gotta get rid of this. And then go down that way. So I think we'll just try doing this the same way I've been doing it. We'll make a small hole and then pack it with TNT. And hopefully it'll get everything that I need. Probably won't, but you know, maybe. And then I'm thinking after I make some progress on this, I'm either going to go to the Nether and try to find some more bastions so I can collect some of the loot from there. I think one of the new music discs spawns in a bastion. I could be wrong. I should probably look it up, but I kind of don't care if I want to go to a bastion anyways. But it's either that or I'm going to go back to the end. Because I need to secure some extra elytras And I also need more shulker boxes. Oops, I'll do that. Honestly, I don't know which one I want to do. Doing these two at a time is probably not a good idea. But I don't care about that either. If I have to fix anything, so be it. I wonder how much stuff I'm missing here. Oh, thanks for the raid, Orin. How'd Pokemon go? Did you catch them all? Have you beaten the Elite Four yet? I'm still on the fence about that game. I really am. They don't have an Elite Four? Holy crap. Is this the first Pokemon game that doesn't have an Elite Four? Maybe I will have to get it since it's like completely different. There's so many other games coming out in February, like more of a spin-off? Okay. There's like 3 games coming out in February, so I'm really hesitant to buy it. At this point, since I'm so much on the fence, I'm probably gonna end up buying it. Because this is exact— oh shit. I don't think I want to go that far. I should probably pay attention while I'm blowing stuff up. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, there's like 3 games coming out this month, or February. Yeah, it's basically February. There's Dying Light 2, there's some MMO that I don't remember the name of that I already bought. What's the other one? I can't remember, dang it. I'll remember it later. Yeah, there's so many games coming out that it's hard to decide what to play. Honestly, I might— I don't know. I'll see if they have it on... well, they probably have a web download for the... Not a web download. A game download on the Play Store. Not Play Store. What the heck is the Nintendo Shop? They probably have it on the Nintendo Shop, so I probably don't even have to wait for a cartridge. So if I choose to play it, I could probably play it tomorrow. But yeah, aside from that, I also have those other games. I have art that I need to do. And then I also still run a D&D group, so much stuff to do. I tend to pack my schedule with as much stuff as I possibly can, because I like to be busy. I like to feel like I am making use of my time. It's actually one of the things I hate the most, is wasting time. Which is why I try to cut out, like, the majority of any drama from my life. Because, what's the point? The waste of time. This is gonna ruin some of that wall. Yep. But it will dig the rest of it out. I should probably put my chest plate on. I think after I get most of this dug out and make some headway on some stuff, I might take a small hiatus from Minecraft when these other games come out. and then I'll return for like whatever you want to call it, like season 2 of Minecraft. Maybe I'll alternate. Maybe I'll alternate months. Play Minecraft for 1 month and then switch back to something else. Although April is around the corner, and April is Ludum Dare, so I should probably get programming too. So much to do. I really want to improve everything. Literally everything. There's not enough hours in the day. Although, people said that I would never finish this. And here we go. We're close. Like, you'll be there for weeks. And if I had dug it out like I was planning to do, potentially. Now, we have a good source of TNT. Since I have TNT, we will use it. I have to be really careful though. I don't want to destroy anything that I already have down there. Which I guess is the problem with building the bottom first and then TNTing it from above. Alright. Part of this I'm probably going to manually dig. Like any of these bits that I have to clean up, I'll probably come in and manually touch it up. Although, I do need to replace all the walls anyways, so perhaps I'll just come back to that when I'm at that level. Although right here, for example, it would be hard to figure out that this is off. So it's best to patch some of the stuff while I see it, because when I'm down low, it's kind of hard to tell where these are supposed to go up. I should watch where I'm going too, because there is a hole somewhere around here that goes all the way to the bottom. But I think it's on that side, next to the water. Definitely dangerous walking around here. Let's see, I think I could put some TNT in here. Try this. Oops, that's not gonna do it. Oop, and get away. The controlled explosions. Actually worked out pretty well. Can we do one here? When did they make it so you could put a button anywhere? I feel like that is like a relatively new thing. Not new, obviously, but relatively new. Because I feel like you could only place buttons like this before. At some point, you could put them on the floor, and you could put them on the ceiling. I don't know when that point was. But I'm curious. One of these days, I'll actually read the patch notes whenever they release patches. And then I'll actually know when things happen, instead of just discovering them at random. The fact that you can place them all over is kind of neat, because you can kind of do some cool stuff with it. It changes where you can place redstone. I've actually been looking at a lot of the like tweets from some of the Minecraft developers, and they have been tweeting out a lot of Sculk stuff, so I think that it's pretty close to hitting like the snapshot, if it's not already in there, and I haven't completely ignored it. Which brings a whole new way of doing things. So if you don't already know this, the Sculk have like the sound system, which, if I remember correctly, will allow you to like send signals like wirelessly. which will like change how you build some of your like your automated farms and stuff like drastically. Like it's gonna the redstone community of vanilla Minecraft is gonna go nuts. They're all gonna be trying to figure out like ways to make the most compact like system again. You see a whole bunch of like really crazy creations. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing it already, because I think I have to imagine one of the snapshots probably has Skulk already. Considering that they're advertising it, well, not advertising, but showcasing it in various like tweets and whatnot. Then of course they have the Warden, which is like a new boss. He's supposed to be pretty scary. Supposedly, he can still murder you very easily, even if you're in full netherite, so that sounds fun. And honestly doesn't sound fun, but but at least they're adding another challenge. Because most things, once you reach this like stage of the game, just aren't a threat anymore. Uh-oh. I should probably put my elytra back on. I'm at that point where I might start falling off. And then I will need the ability to fly. Alright, another layer of TNT. Maybe let's do this. See what this does for me. Oop, didn't do all of them. It only did the... Actually, it's probably safe in here. I wonder if I sit in the water if I'm safe. I know if the TNT is in the water, you're safe, I think, but don't know if that's true about the other way around. This is actually working pretty well. I was kind of skeptical about it originally, but turns out this is way more fun than hand digging this row by row by row. Alright, what's my escape plan? Over there? Okay. Always know which way you're going to run when you set off an explosion. Don't want to trap yourself. Look at that. Progress. Do another one over here. You know what? We'll do a big one over here. Let's really let this thing go. Is that all my TNT? That's all my TNT. Down we go. Wonder how much of a hole that made. Let's find out. Apparently not much of one. Oh, the water. The water ruined it. This is why I had sponges, but I don't know where I put them. They're probably in, I think they're in one of my bags. Hello, Romero Viscaro. How are you? Alright, time to make more TNT. Because the water ruined my last explosion. Wonder how much more TNT I'm gonna need. Should I put like a protective layer down here? Thanks for following. I don't want it to hit too far, but I need to get rid of some of this water. I somehow managed to protect this. I don't think protect's probably the right word. I somehow missed it in one of the explosions. But that's the whole reason I'm making this giant hole. Well, part of it. Kind of what gave me the idea to do it, but Is this a double geode? I didn't notice that before. Or did I accidentally like rip off the top layer of it? I think I may have actually hit it with the TNT on accident. No, it's not a double geode. Actually, maybe it was? Maybe two of them merged? I don't know. I thought the geodes were all like spheres, but I guess not. This one's kind of like an oblong shape. I do know one thing, I should probably move this. It doesn't need to exist there anymore. Let's get rid of all this junk. Alright. How you doing? I'm always scared about mining these because it takes so long. I feel like I'm gonna break it. I actually looked it up at one point because when I tried to mine it and it didn't like start breaking, I was like, I don't know about this. Time to reclaim my gold. I had to move this to somewhere that's actually usable. Although, with like efficiency 5 netherite pickaxe, I don't even know if I get any advantage from haste. Because there's like a limit to how fast you can break something. Like you can't exceed a certain amount. Like no matter how many like buffs you give yourself, you can't like mine through deep slate within. You can't do the same like gravel. You have like some limit. Double checking to make sure I didn't drop any gold down here. Alright. Nothing's coming out over here. I should probably spin my levels while I'm here. What do we got? Piercing? That's useless. I wish I could just spend my XP to repair instead of wasting it. I could probably make something. Maybe not. I have a couple bows already made. I enchant. Like no reason to enchant anything. Oh well, I guess I'll waste it. Do one level, see what we get. Fire aspect, that's also garbage. Another one. Sharpness 3, that's also garbage. I hate random enchants. There's a couple mod packs that greatly improve this by like letting you choose what you want. At least to some degree anyways. I'm just gonna unenchant these books, get some of the XP back, even though it's not even close to worth it. There's only like one enchant left that I need, and I don't actually need it yet. There is... I think Riptide is what I'm looking for. Because I already have Loyalty and Channeling. So I need to get another Trident and then get Riptide on it. So that's honestly the only thing I use my XP for at this point. I guess I could spend it elsewhere, but it really doesn't have a value right now. Maybe I'll spend it on... Put this beacon in there. I could spend it on name tags, but that also feels like a waste. But I guess if you're going to spend the level anyways, right? It's actually a good point. I should name... the bear, and I should name the fox. Question is, what do I name them? I think the fox... Oh, I had a name for it last time, I forgot what it was. Trying to think. The heck did I want to call it? It was being lazy. I don't know. I have the worst memory. I don't know. I'm so bad at naming things. I guess we'll come back to it. If only I could, maybe I'll set a redeem in the future. Now I don't even have the responsibility of naming the creatures I find. Alright, I have everything I came down here with. Monsters finally came into the XP farm. I forgot these were down here. Nothing to replace it with, though. I think I do need to bring some of the bones up, though. I mean, technically I don't, because I have the mob drop farm way up in the sky, but might as well drag some of these up there while I'm here. I think 4 ought to be enough. I'm still not sure if I want to go with the same color scheme for the walls and everything. And part of that reason I say that is I'll need a lot of deep slate. And I don't know if it's worth it. I kind of want to go with concrete. But concrete against concrete won't really look that good, so I do have to find something. I trapped this guy with the rails, because he doesn't fit in the cart, unfortunately. So eventually I'll figure out how to get him over to Koji's area. That way Koji doesn't kill him. Maybe I'll do that now. Get him out of the way. Shouldn't be that difficult. I have to get him like up to there somehow. How do we do that? I guess stairs? Question is, how much do I protect the stairs? Because they're very slow at walking, so I feel like he might not go over the edge, but I wouldn't put it past the panda to just walk off. Let's see, what do I want to make stairs out of? Do I have cobblestone laying around? Probably not. I was planning on using carts, but then I discovered that carts don't work on them. Alright, I guess I'll go up. I'll deal with the rest of the pit. I will then grab a bunch of cobblestone from the mob farm. I don't know if I should go ahead and drop it down now or later. Because I do need to drop the floor of the mob drop farm. I don't know how far to drop it yet. I was thinking about just doing like 10 just to be safe. Because I think 10 blocks should be good enough, but it's really hard to tell. It's enough to kill normal mobs, just not ones with armor. Or witches, apparently. Apparently witches are like invincible. What was I gonna grab over here? I also need to find a better way of making concrete, because concrete is such a pain to make. First you have to like convert a bunch of materials, then you have to get a whole bunch of freaking sand, a whole bunch of gravel. Such a pain. Then you have to put it next to water to actually solidify it. It's funny that the bone meal is actually the easiest part to get. I actually have way too much. I'm gonna start making like bone blocks again. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with them. They're such a pain to make. Like, not worth using it as a building block, but I also have so many freaking bones to use. I guess I could just convert it all to bone meal and then just use a if we had an auto planter, this would all be useful. But since Minecraft doesn't have a way of replanting seeds, at least in vanilla, you're kind of limited to what you can do. Alright, so put this stuff away for now. We'll need it later. Not quite yet. Let's make the rest of our TNT. Oh, that's too much gunpowder. I should have enough to make 2 more stacks easily. I can just only hope that 2 more stacks is enough. I feel like it will be, because we got quite a bit of it done already. And then we'll actually be able to start actually building the base. Now, I don't look forward to that either, because I'm gonna have to get all the materials ready. That's the wrong kind of gunpowder. Alright, I have my lighter on, just checking. Yeah, once I get this built, I have to figure out like what I'm gonna do with each level and how many blocks to go up. I'll have to do a count from that point to the bottom point and then kind of divvy it up. And then once I finally reach ground level, I have to extend the trees all the way up. The trees will continue to grow since they're next to each other. Like, spruce is like the only tree that you can do this with, to my knowledge. I tried jungle trees, but they did not cooperate. The spruce trees, however, will grow next to each other. Oh, there's so many trees we have to grow. So many saplings I'll have to harvest too. I had to look at ways of automating like saplings or something, but I don't want to use any like those cheesy glitches. There's a bunch of like duplication glitches that people do to get like infinite TNT exploding. And then they like have it also like infinitely create sand and all this stuff. I don't know, I'm not a fan of it. There's abusing mechanics, and then there's like actual cheating. Hey Koji, how you doing? Have you come for the update? Where'd my buckets go? Oh, there's some more TNT. Oh yes, it's the whole update. Oh, did she wait and see, Koji? Take a peek. That's some progress right there. Yeah, he's just been hanging out. You actually take him for a little bit of a ride, too. I got this far by improving the mob farm. The mob farm now nets me like a shulker box full of gunpowder if I leave it on overnight. I do have to update it though. So I'll probably do that after I finish digging the rest of this hole. I need to make it so that everything that drops out of it actually dies. Because I'll check it when I wake up, and then there's like a whole bunch of mobs just like still alive at the bottom. Because they have armor or some kind of like damage protection. Oops. Does one go too far? No. Gotta be careful, I don't want to go break through. Part of my base is still down there. I know that's there, which means I think the rest of my base is like over here. I think blowing up this stuff is still safe. Send a couple TNT at a time. And then keep sending it. Alright, I think that part's good. I think we'll go a little crazy with it. So, I have cobblestone in here. I'll take that cobblestone, make a stick, make a lever, and I'll do 3 more. That probably won't work. There's a lot of stuff down there. Let's put this right here. Actually, I need to put that elsewhere. Whoops, that's gone. Alright, now if we do it like this. Keep going. And that's how you dig a hole. Not the most cost-effective route, but it works. I'll worry about the cleanup later. Takes a lot to get through the deep slate. Thankfully we didn't hit any water. I'm actually gonna have to go back to the desert and get more sand. Because we might not actually have enough TNT. Alright, I feel like we're almost to bedrock there. You haven't been streaming enough. What does that mean? How do I still have them? You streamed like all through December. Almost daily. I have follow remotes, I just don't have any uploaded yet. Oh shit. That was close. It bounced straight up. If I had to maintain a certain number of hours. Dang, that thing got launched. There's actually a new system coming out for streamers where they'll basically pay you a wage if you stream so many hours with ads turned on. I turned off ads, by the way. So even if people don't have a sub, they can still watch without an ad. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Whether people are still getting ads, I don't know. Yeah, you have to wait for emotes to be approved anyways. That's always been a thing. You always have to wait for them to approve your emotes. You gotta make sure you didn't sneak any of the shaking booty emotes in. Which doesn't like dumpies. Let's see. Got an ad? Great. Apparently ads still work. Turn off ads and they still give you ads. Good job, Twitch. Yeah, like the whole point of turning off ads is so that people wouldn't get ads. Yeah, they really are. I think other platforms are starting to catch up. If I had to guess, I'd say that YouTube might take dominance over it. People already upload their content to YouTube anyways. No, I'm saying YouTube might take over the dominant streaming. Like the whole streaming platform thing isn't really not as unique as it used to be. Now every app has streaming. Reddit has streaming. Amazon has streaming on the freaking shopping pages. There's TikTok streams. There's like every kind of freaking stream out there. Alright, we might have reached a point where I actually have to start manually digging. Yeah, they fight over it because Twitch does not have to pay as much as the other streaming platforms to get someone. Because they have like the brand dominance. But not for long. A lot of people got fed up with Twitch last year, if you recall. I gotta be careful of this. This could be a death pit. Then again, I am still wearing my Elytra, so it should be fine. You don't remember about all the hate raids? And like Twitch was doing nothing about it? Have you already forgotten that, Koji? This is why why nothing will ever change, because people just don't care enough. He says as he's still streaming on Twitch. The reason I'm on Twitch is probably the same reason most of the people are on Twitch, because that's where all the people that want to view people go. There's some people that like are very brand loyal. I noticed in December, like, pretty much no one that watched my streams, even the people that would show up daily, would bother to look at YouTube. Like, they didn't even know I had a YouTube. But I guess that could partly be on me for not advertising it enough, even though I put it literally in like every link. I think it does have a way. I don't know. I know I need to promote. I hate promoting. I'm stuck in that situation where I have to make good YouTube content, like, in order to entice people to actually stick to being a subscriber on YouTube. But it takes so many hours of my day to make one video, and if no one watches it, there's no incentive for me to keep making them. The only incentive is that I like doing it. But there's like so many other things I got going on that I could be doing instead of making a video that no one watches. Yeah, I actually lost subs in December. They're like, oh, I'm subscribed to this guy. I didn't notice him before, but now he keeps pumping out videos and I don't want to watch him. To be fair, I thought people would like to see a bunch of tiny clips when I did like a video an hour in December, because, you know, it was the holiday time, so people are at home. You know, they're probably binging all their content. I was like, you know, I'll put out a clip every hour. Well, I guess they didn't like that. Apparently, YouTube already doesn't like me. You know this, Koji. No social media ever likes me. It doesn't matter if I post on a routine, if I post 3 videos, 2 videos, 1 video, 50 videos. They're like, this guy, we're not gonna show his stuff. Which is funny, because I've tested a couple things. I've made a couple posts here and there where I attempted to use like all the clickbaity stuff, but it didn't do anything. So apparently you have to do nothing but clickbaity stuff for the algorithm to recognize you. Which is unfair to say that, because there is some level of skill that comes with it. But also, my target audience, whatever that may actually be, just doesn't work. I mean, I'm playing a Minecraft game. While Minecraft hasn't fallen off the charts, people tend to only watch like 3 Minecraft people ever. They're either watching Dream, they're watching one of Dream's friends, or they're watching who is it? Tommy in it? I mean, it's pretty accurate. My audience is broken. That's why they're here. My audience is people that are bored on Twitch and decide to sort by lowest. Oh, and I never would have considered. Well, I don't really watch all their stuff, so I guess I wouldn't know. I didn't know that they were. Look, Koji, I appeal to a certain demographic, and that demographic is people that are very dark. People that have a horrible sense of humor. Very, very sarcastic, probably very socially awkward. It's a very small minority of people. Then again, that probably applies to a large amount of VTubers, probably. Then again, there's plenty of them that consider themselves socially awkward or whatever, but they're really not. It's like more of a like. So sometimes you'll call someone, you'll like compliment them, and they're like, no. They're like, I'm not cute, I'm not smart, and they're like sitting there with a PhD and stuff. Like they have they're like a supermodel or something, and then you're like, no. Those are the kind of people that I see that get popular on VTubing. You are being attacked, Koji. You have a cult. You have a cult. You gotta be pretty popular to have a cult. I think my target demographic is honestly other streamers, because that is my audience. And I'm okay with this. The only problem is I gotta find enough people and like force them to commit to an actual day to do things. I had to take a week like a week off last time. It's like it's exhausting trying to wrangle people to commit to a day. Well, of course, Koji, it's Stockholm Syndrome. Like, look, you said you want to play a game. Show up at this day. They don't show up. Like, alright, now you're showing up this day. One of these days, I will actually play D&D on stream. Unfortunately, that requires a lot of people. It requires a lot of people and a lot of work. And I am not going to put the work in until I see the people that will show up. Because I already run a D&D group, and it's a lot of work. And if the people are not going to respect that, then I'm not going to do it. That's why I've been doing trying to put the tabletop sim games together. It's kind of like that. You need to get 3 or 4 people, and by doing so many collabs, you can try to find people that are both like willing to work with you, and you're willing to work with them, but also that they can keep a date. It's like the test before the test. Yeah, so many people like said that they wanted to play Minecraft, and then I'm like, give me your username, and then they never did. They still joined the Discord, but they didn't like give me their username. And I'm one of those people where like, if you show an attempt, I'll work with you. Like, if people are willing to like work with me, I'll work with them. There's quite a few times where someone's like, we should play this. I'm like, cool. And then I spend a week putting together the game and getting other people to do it. Like, I'll go the extra mile for it, but I have to know people are interested in doing it. Alright, how far do I have left to go? Speaking of which, it's probably about time I start figuring out what collabs I'm going to do in February. If I plan it early, then people have less of a reason to not show. Let's see. I mean, we're basically there. I can see the geode right here. I just got to go through and clean the rest of this stuff up. How much TNT do I have left? 33? Yeah. What are you doing, zombie? Get out of here. But yeah, I was telling Oren earlier because he stopped in. There's a lot of games coming out in February. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna invest my time in for February because there's so much freaking stuff to do. Yeah. I'll probably start asking, like, in general for collabs on Twitter and whatnot. Just to, like, spark the interest of anyone passing by. But I'll probably have to, like, go through the list and, like, ask people, like, hey, do you want to collab again? Or the first time? Like, right now, Koji, you're probably at the top of the list for most collabs because you actually respond and you actually show up. You show up. I think Alien is not great at showing up, but she's really eager, so Alien, if you're watching this, I apologize, but usually, if you say you're gonna attend, I kind of assume that we'll need an extra person because you might not show. You're a great friend, but you're terrible at showing up to things. Same thing with a couple other people. Wait, where's the hole? Yeah. That's why I like to do like collabs to figure out like people. Like people only like to like do the follow for follow networking threads where you basically say hi, I like your model. I like your model too. Oh, you're cute. Oh, hi, hello. And then they never actually do anything. God, I swear I come back to this damn topic like every stream. It's my repeat rant. Like, I really hate the whole networking thread crap. But I'm gonna have to start doing it just because that's the only thing people respond to. And then I have to somehow ride that line of like reminding people about collabs, but also not pestering them. Because everyone's different. Some people you really have to like prod them let them know you're interested. And then other people like are super eager and engaged. And sometimes it's hard to tell which one they are because you don't know them yet. Also, some people have their their character that they play. So like their online presence may not be them. Then it's even harder to figure out. Alright, I might consider this part done. I'll come back and clean this up probably off stream. It's gonna take probably an hour. But I also gotta count how many blocks from there to there. And then like partition it up so I know what I'm gonna build. But this should be good enough for now. Ow. Alright, let's go ahead and go up to the top. Oops. Too high. Yeah, so Koji, this is the updated mob farm. It is so much more efficient than the last one. If you ever use it, you press this button if this thing does not blink. So if you wait here for a couple, maybe 10 seconds, it should blink like that. When it blinks, it sends a signal up the tower, which triggers a bunch of things that send mobs down. Yep, there we go. Here they come. And most of them fall down and die, but the ones that have armor survive. So I need to drop the floor on this a little bit. So let's go ahead and knock out the floor here. You can take a peek at the circuits inside. This looks complicated, but it's actually very, very simple. Like, I'll explain this because I have to dig this up anyways. Let me actually put my blocks away first. Gotta free my inventory. Is that an arrow up there? Let's see. I've seen a lot of GTFO, and I really like it, but you need like 4 people to play, so it's like a big no-go for me. Like, I don't usually like horror, but it looks really good. Like, I've watched a lot of gameplay for it. So unfortunately, I know a lot of like how it works and everything, but of course it's always different when you're playing it. Well, you don't need 4 people, but it's kind of like playing a 4-player game with less people if you don't have 4. Did you already buy it? I think it's still in early access, but I think it had an update recently because I saw people playing it again. I mean, it's pretty cool. Have you actually seen people play it, or have you just seen like gameplay of it? Yeah, I think most of the gameplay I've seen for it has been Markiplier with Jacksepticeye and Bob and Wade. It's so good. I keep looking in here. expecting space to magically appear. It doesn't appear. It really let me down. Alright, now we have space. Now I can get rid of all this junk. Let's not put the sponge in there, because I'll lose it. Alright, so somehow I'm gonna have to move all this stuff, which is gonna be a pain in the butt. Well, I'm interested. I just don't think we'll find 4 people to play with regularly. I've had a couple games like that, like Phasmophobia. I only will play that with other people on stream because I'm not like a big fan of it. I think it's like a pretty garbage game, to be honest. But like playing it with friends is what makes it fun. Because it's really not scary at all. And the gameplay is kind of dumb. It's just kind of one of those like clickbait games almost. People pretend to be scared. See, this is the problem with my current mob farm, is that these guys start stacking up, start gumming up the drop. And eventually things stop spawning because there's all these guys here. Alright, so we need... well, let's get rid of the TNT, for starters. Alright, so to explain this, we have a button up here. Yeah, some people are busy. I am going to be playing Dying Light, which I don't know if you like zombie games, because I know Oren said he didn't, but it's kind of like a survival zombie game that's very story-based, but it does have a lot of multiplayer in it and co-op. You could probably compare it to Back 4 Blood. I mean, it's kind of like it, but like also not like it. Like, check out some gameplay from Dying Light 1 and then make your judgment based on that. It's supposed to be more open worldish, I think. Oh, I just remember what the other game was that I was talking about earlier. So February, there's an MMO I'm going to be playing on like the end of the month, maybe? It's like some new Korean MMO that got ported to US. And then there's also Dying Light 2, which comes out on the 4th. So I'll probably be playing that next Friday. And then I don't remember when it comes out. I think it's like mid-month. Elden Ring comes out. So yeah, a lot of games coming out in February. A lot of big titles. And titles that I don't think will disappoint. Like Elden Ring, that's like a game of the year right there, probably. Alright, anyways. This button that's up here is attached to a sticky piston, which is attached to this redstone block. This redstone block can pass a signal to this, which then sends it this way, and then it hits here, and continues, and continues. Eventually, it'll hit this. Right above this is a redstone torch. So whenever this signal passes all the way over here and touches this, it'll turn the torch off, and then the signal goes away, turning it back on. That then travels up the tower, turning the water on, and then eventually it passes back through, turning the water off again, which is what allows the mobs to be kind of shuffled into the pit. What allows this to happen, though, is it hits this, goes up here, and also comes over here, which sends it right back into the loop. That way, this charge is continuously working its way around. So this creates like a time delay. So like every, I don't know, 15 seconds or so, it'll flip the torch. And if this ever stops working because of like server lag or something else, all you have to do is press this button and it'll restart the whole thing. Technically, if I press it now, it'll probably have two charges going through it, which is not what we want. If you ever wanted to actually get rid of it, you'd have to like break this right here, wait for it to come around, and then stop. So there's definitely a more like efficient way of doing this, but I think it's okay as it is. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and rip it up because we need to move it. It's really not. If you draw it out on paper, it's very easy to visualize. It just looks complicated because of how small this area is with how many things are in it. Technically, it's just a big circle. It's just a circle. It's just, you have to go like up this way, down that way, up this way, down that way, in order to squeeze the space in. Yeah, it's actually a lot simpler than it looks. The complicated part is the part I had to rely on a video to teach me, because I haven't used observers too much. But once I saw how to use it, I was able to figure out the rest. So I saw like a tutorial on like how to make like the platforms, and then how to use the observers with the dispensers. It is the whole update, Hijikata. I've also finished my mob farm, which I'm about to expand again. Alright, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need more cobblestone. And before things start spawning like crazy, I probably need to block this off. If I can. There we go. Alright, catch you later, Hijikata. Have a nice sleep. Yeah, Dying Light, I watched people play it. Like, I watched like the Let's Plays of it. But I'm usually not a fan of that kind of game. I don't like stressing out. If a game requires you to like constantly run away from stuff, usually it's not my game. The thing I like about Minecraft, for example, is you can pick and choose how you engage. Like, you're not like shoehorned into like a thing where you're in a single room and you have to like duck and weave and do all that garbage. Same thing with like I don't know. Dark Souls was a bit different when I played it. It's kind of like that same idea, I guess. It has like a bit of a horror element to it, but I don't know. Some games like intentionally make you extremely helpless and you just get chased and then they just play loud music that stresses you out. We'll have to wait and see. I'm gonna play it. I just don't know if I'll actually enjoy it. Alright, we're gonna knock this back out. Let that fall back down. So this was 6. So I need to go 4 more down. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's where I need to put the drop-off point. Means I need to go 2, 3 more down. 1, 2, 3. So this will be the new basement, essentially. Which means I'll have to go even further down to build the redstone. Maybe. Might decide to just make it this layer. We'll have to wait and see. If this kills everything when it falls, then we should be good, but who knows? No, I have to dig all the way through it. Yeah, does Dying Light look like something you'd play, Koji? There are co-op and multiplayer elements to it. There you go. Get that instead of GTFO. Yeah, I do like zombie stuff, so I feel like I'll enjoy it a bit. I will probably get very frustrated with a lot of the fights. Yeah, you gotta work on those orders. Gotta bring in the money. I think this is up. That's good. Does that mean they're gonna open your shop back up since they shut it down? Then you just make one TikTok post about your shop and it's already full again, right? Oops, this is not the right area. This is one too far out. Once a month has passed, I might remake my TikTok. I don't hate the app, I just hate I hate the algorithms. And it hates me. Let's see, I think I'll fall onto the platform. Yep. I don't think I get a lot of whatever the word for it is, of like going from one platform to the other. I don't think a lot of the people that follow my content follow the different platforms. I don't think I'll really get anything out of having a TikTok, to be honest, but I don't mind sharing clips and stuff there. That's why I don't think I have an actual audience. Otherwise, I would see that movement on the other platforms. But I'm okay with that. I think at some point in December, I decided to focus less on growth, because I tried in December to do growth and it didn't work. So now I'm gonna just do the slow improvement over time. I'll focus on what I want to do. I'll do things I enjoy. And if people enjoy it, people enjoy it. If they don't, then they ain't here. Yeah, but you have like a different audience per se. You're also younger, so like people tend to like stick to their age group. Just way more common. You just have more things that are relatable usually. Like, remember when I was listing various shows that you guys couldn't even recognize? I'm pretty sure you still have your age listed in several places. Maybe not on TikTok, but I think you still have it on Twitter. Why is this 2? Is this? Yeah, because of that. Alright, so the top is going to be here. Means the barrels will go here. And you could grab the rest of this. Actually, what I could do for moving this... Well, let's figure out this thing first. The bottom part of this is really just... Well... Not too difficult. Alright, so we need this. You're making it there, little by little. Need one here. Keep that one, and we do the next one. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and make some more torches to go on there. I mean, it's still really good to have that problem. That means that you can afford more of the games that you want to get. You can afford any of the equipment that you want. You can buy other things that you just need or want. Kind of like that with any other job too. Like, if you do like commission-based stuff, which is basically what you're doing there, you're just doing it for yourself. I mean, it is a lot of money to spend, but some people just really like merchandise. Some of them could just really decide that they want to support you as well. I mean, that's what a lot of the donations and stuff are on Twitch. Like, people just really like being supportive. Like, more so than I can understand. Like, I get generosity, but some people like really take it to the top. That's when you realize, you know, maybe I'm not so generous. Like, I thought I was a very generous person, but I don't do that. I mean, I'm broke, but I'm like on the border of broke. I can't buy a house, but I'm also not one paycheck away from the street. If any like up and coming VTubers ever watch this, like please get a job. Please get an actual job, pay your rent. Don't live paycheck to paycheck on a dream. Like pursue your dreams, but also be safe. Alright, so that get us that layer. I mean, you can pursue your dreams without being like without throwing caution to the wind. It's like people can become like, you know, NFL players, streamers. They could become like a insanely popular artist, but like you're not gonna get there if you're destitute. Like some things require skill, some things require luck, some things require both. If you're trying to be the top of something, it requires both. Not really. I'm assuming you live at home, Koji, since you're still in school. I'm saying like full-grown adults that are like out in the wild, that are living paycheck to paycheck, not able to afford rent or food because they decided to buy an upgrade for their PC so that they could stream better. Like that is like a little on the crazy end. I see it a lot on Twitter with like a lot of artists. Like I reopened my commissions so I could pay rent. Like cool. You and the other 500 artists on my feed. I'm the kind of person where if I saw someone that needed money, I would probably help them. But like online, it's hard to do that. Because well, I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. More than likely most of the people that do that are just kind of like scamming money off people. Like you'll check if you check their account, like Koji, you saw that before because I messaged you about one of the people that were in your Discord. Like they're asking people to do commissions. And it's like, you know, they have 50 followers on Twitter. They are fairly inactive and they're using other people's art. But they'll try to give you a sad story of like, oh, I need to pay for an operation for my dog, otherwise my dog will die. And you're like, oh no, I don't want to be the reason why your dog's dead. Here's money. Yeah, so it's so hard to like help people legitimately. And that's kind of the problem with that people have with like the government and like Social Security, Medicaid, all that other like social programs that help people that are in poverty. They're like, well, those people just don't want to work. And that's not always true. But since people don't want to help that one person that's scamming, they'll let the other 9 people starve. Yeah, unfortunately capitalism is a very like self-serving, like selfish mentality. Like it has its advantages, it has its disadvantages. Like everyone has the idea that they can one day be the 1%. Therefore they're willing to like put in their I don't know what the word for it is. They're willing to pay their dues so that they can one day rise to the top, and then treat people that are lower than them just as badly as they were treated. The vicious cycle. Unfortunately, most of those people actually never make it to the top. Oops, some of these are actually full. I was I was talking to one of my coworkers today, because every now and then we just, take 5 minutes to just stand around and rant about things. And every time I start discussing like the state of things in general, he's like, "Man, you make me want to drink." I'm such a positive person. And I followed up his comment with, "Well, it's a good thing we can't afford to drink." Which is in fact a lie, because alcohol is ridiculously cheap compared to a lot of things. Which is, a whole nother problem. What am I even looking for? I think I'm trying to find places to put stuff. I need 8 more barrels. Let's make those instead of running around in a circle. I mean, it's relatively cheap. It's not expensive, that's for sure. It can be, depending on your taste. But overall, it's pretty cheap. I don't even think it costs more than most food now that inflation's gone crazy. For those of us that are living in America. Food has gotten more pricey. Most things have gotten more pricey. And everyone's just like, "Oh, bad Biden. Biden did this." And it's like, no. He's been president for like a year, people. Things don't go downhill in a single year. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's very much like well, consumers have a very small impact, to my knowledge. Most of these trends and stuff that actually affect like the market as a whole are caused by corporations. Now, I'm not going to say corporations are evil, because I mean they're not. It's just an entity want to call them evil, you'd probably call the people that are running them evil. By themselves, they're just fine. I wouldn't say the rich necessarily did this. It's kind of like a collection of problems that just manifest because there's not much of a balance to them. Where the heck is my axe? Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend to understand like all of the intricacies of like the entire like market as a whole. Yeah, eventually like it's just death by 1,000 cuts. Like eventually things wear down and then the flaws become exposed, which is what happened with and is still happening with COVID. Like, as much as people don't want to believe that COVID's a thing, you can still agree that the hospitals are busy, right? And because the hospitals are busy, they can't treat other people. And since all the staff are busy, if someone comes in with, like, I don't know, a gunshot wound or a stab wound, they are more likely to die. All because the hospital is busy. It's actually, I think, easier to get it multiple times. Like, I could be wrong about that, but the people that end up getting it have a higher chance of getting it again. I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do with... Well, if they have a weakened immune system, or just a weaker immune system, I guess it could happen. Even if you have the vaccine and everything. Like, even if you have the vaccine, you're not immune to COVID. You're just less likely to die from it. Which is what a lot of people don't seem to understand, is that you're not bulletproof. Yeah. That's also the thing, is like, because the hospitals are so packed with people, and like people are getting sick from other things as well, like the chance of getting sick by going to the hospital has increased as well. It's a really messed up time. I have to actually do some research. When COVID first came around, I remind my grandparents about this every time I go and visit them, because every now and then I go over and visit. And back in like December of like 2019 or whatever, I was like, hey, actually it was back in like November of 2019. I saw like the cases being reported in China. And I was like, this is going to be a problem. And they're like, oh, okay. And then, you know, come 2020. Meanwhile, the whole media is like, no one knew this was a thing. And it's like, I knew. I read freaking articles about it back in freaking November. It took them like 5 months to shut down the airports. 5 months after it was already there. Like, good fucking job. So nobody in the middle of the US is like, that's a thing. And then somehow they don't freaking understand it. I still think China's kind of lied about like their numbers just to look good. It's very popular for very strict countries to do that because they like to like measure each other by like their stats. Where the heck do I put all this stuff? But I think they're lying about most of their numbers. But here's the other thing. Because they have a tighter control over their like populace, and potentially better like cultural mindset of like, you know, wanting to protect their communities. Like that is something that is very positive about like Asian countries, I think, is that a lot of them are very family oriented, very community oriented. When people say, you know, stay home, they stayed the fuck home. Meanwhile, over here in America, everyone's just like, no, 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 I gotta go party. You can't take away my right, my federally mandated right to go party and drink. And we wonder why the world hates us. Yeah. When you have like a group of friends and family that are like pretty level-headed and generally pretty reasonable, you forget how many people are out there that just like really are just so self-entitled. Like I think we still have, I still hear, I think, of like shootings and stuff that take place because someone asked them to put on a mask. Like, chill out. Like, that's the terrifying part. Like, I'm honestly less scared of COVID than I am the people that are, like, anti-COVID. Or anti-vax or mask or whatever. Because they're freaking violent. I mean, a lot of places won't even call people out anymore because they're like, I don't want to get shot. I was reading a couple stories on Reddit about someone who's just like, people would hand them like their exemption card that they bought on eBay from some guy that just laminated a piece of paper that says, I'm exempt from COVID mask mandates. And they're like, all right, whatever. Because like they didn't want to, you know, get shanked by this guy. Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's my favorite part too, is like people will complain that you have a mask on. And it's like, how does this affect you at all? How does me, you know, going about my own business, it does not affect you whatsoever? If anything, it actually affects you positively because I'm not spreading my germs to you. Why does that upset you? Well, I like one of the examples I saw back when like the first wave of COVID came around and people were complaining about masks. There's a lot of people that were saying like, you know, this is like the same wave of, this is the same kind of people that complain about seatbelts. But there's like more of them now. And it's like, why are you complaining about having to wear a seatbelt? It's literally there for your protection. But then some people like didn't understand like the similarity there. Just like people are like currently whining that you can't go to certain places, like a concert or something, if you don't bring proof of vaccination. But they have a double standard. So they're okay with denying people for their own decisions from businesses. Like you'll have some businesses that decide like they don't want to support people that aren't like, you know, religious or believe a certain thing. but they want their right to deny people business to be allowed. But they also don't want to allow those people to have the decision to do that too. So it's very much I want the rules to work for me, but no one else. And these are the people we have to deal with. Let's see, is there anything else I can rant about while I build this? Come on, Craft, you got more things you're angry about. What else do I got? I don't know. I think I've exhausted my rant. Oh god, don't tell me I'm like Hassan. Isn't he the guy that also got banned for using I can't even say it because then I'll get banned for it. He's using like a racial slur for white people. Oh, you're gonna get banned now. You're gonna get banned, Koji. Not allowed to say that. That's a silly thing to ban people over. The problem is, I personally don't put a lot of value in words. I place the value in the intent of the word. So I don't think like most words are like off limits, in my opinion. I think the intention of the use of the word is what actually matters. If there's no ill intent, then the word really doesn't mean anything. Like, any meaning that you allow it to have, you gave it. Unfortunately, not everyone has that opinion, so nothing you can do about that. And from a society standpoint, it's better to not say things that will potentially upset people, because there's no reason to like potentially upset people. But of course that line like changes every day, so you gotta keep on your toes. You're either gonna offend someone that's offended by someone being offended, or you're gonna offend the person that's offended. There's no winning. Alright, so I need to put barrels here. I actually need to extend this out. I can actually walk here. Yeah, that's what it's like with a lot of people, really. When I'm trying to get to know people, I usually am like very polite and try not to push any buttons. Once I know people, I'm willing to, you know, bend and make more jokes. Of course, as a streamer, you have to also be pretty careful, because literally anything can set people off. Then you could also accidentally attract the wrong kind of people by using certain words. Like the whole hate thing. There's a lot of hate for the trans community when the hate raids were going on. I think that was that like the focus of the hate. I feel like it might have been more extensive than that, but I think that was like the main target. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the whole, oh, it's just a joke, crowd. Yeah, I had a whole bunch of bots go up to my channel, but they never did anything. If anything, they got me to affiliate by accident, but also inflated my numbers, so I have no idea how many actual followers I have. Alright, gotta break these eventually. But not yet. I have an idea, and it might work. Keyword is might. Oops. Hope I have enough cobblestone up here. Don't want to have to fly back down. This room's kind of useless right now. I might turn it into like the AFK room maybe. Because there is like a specific height that you want to be from this. I just don't really know what that number is right now. I think it's like 30. I think 30 blocks is like the optimal difference. Oh, you messing around with Vroid? I actually liked Vroid. I only got a live 2D model because I was persuaded into getting one. Yeah, I heard that they had an update coming out like a month or two ago. That's supposed to make it easier to like customize your model. I might take another stab at it now that I actually have some drawing skills. I don't think my drawing skills are quite to the point where I could actually make anything like super good, but I could probably make something. I actually plan on doing a 3D model myself in Blender. Not like a... Excuse me. Not like a... Like, model like my 2D, where it's like full, like... I don't want to say realistic, but like... closer to reality. But more of like a chibi 3D one. And then, if I like doing that, I might actually make a better one. Yeah, just a very simple 3D model. That way if I ever play like a 3D game that can use a model, I can just use that. It'll look silly, but who cares? I haven't exactly gone for like the hot, cool guy brand. Actually, I think I need to make this one higher. Or one lower. Better pay attention to your brand, Koji. How you present yourself depends on who shows up. If you make a very attractive model, you're more likely to find different kinds of viewers. Case in point with the Niji Sanji guys. Yeah, I guess that's the difference. I'm not going for any attempt at like popularity. Like, I like validation about my work, but I don't need to be like the next big VTuber. That's my mentality. Because I'm not doing it for any money. But if you're approaching it as a career, like an actual source of income per se, then you do have to like actually get a good idea for your brand and figure out how to appropriately reach your demographic. But since I'm not like that into it, I'm okay with, if I could speak. I'm okay with just doing what I'm doing. I'll improve little by little. I'll get better at streaming, get better at presenting my streams, get better at making graphics, thumbnails, tags, titles, blah blah blah. Yeah, but those two kind of go hand in hand for what you're doing. Like, VTubing can be all about performance. And I think a lot of the big VTubers also do a lot of singing and songs and stuff. I don't know a lot of the big names. I know like the three big groups, I guess. And I think they all do like singing. I don't recognize the name Phoebe. I might know them, just maybe not by name. At least not right now. Oh, I guess if they're an idol person, I probably wouldn't know them. It's like a different demographic entirely. You see, but the idol demographic is like mainly like Japanese and Korean, isn't it? Like, isn't that like the main like performance type thing for them? Is idols? Okay, so this is set back up. I think I can destroy these and have everything fall down. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, it might just get stuck. Oh well, I guess we'll do it the hard way. Well, it helps if you get rid of the floor first. It's taking a while, but I think it's working. Oop, gotta get rid of that. Now there's so much junk in these. I need to make like a lava pit that you just throw this stuff in. I don't know if it's going to sweep everything up. Because the hoppers are actually pretty slow at picking things up. Because it has to move everything little by, like one by one. This is actually a bad idea. Oops. Alright, while I'm down here. Hmm. Do it this way. Why are they not going in? Why are you not working? I wonder if they don't work in that direction. They don't work in that direction, do they? Are you kidding me? Of course not. Well, learned something new today. Apparently, you can't input from the way that they open, which is very counterintuitive. But yeah, how's the idle stuff going? Have you found a con that you can go to yet? I remember you mentioning a song that you were trying to release at one point. Did you ever get that finished? I need to make a sharpening wheel. Grinding stone, that's what it's called. And I need lava. Let's sleep first. Check to make sure everything is in the box. Yeah, definitely make sure you're ready for it. Obviously, exercising will strain your heart, but won't it also improve it? In the right ratio? Dang it, it's not falling. Yeah, but if your heart is too slow, the theory I'm working with here is that by strengthening your heart, it'd be able to beat faster. Which means you'd have to do like cardio or something. That certainly definitely makes it more difficult. Well, it's definitely something that you'll have to consider, but did your doctor say to like exercise at all? Like, I'm not a doctor, but that just sounds like something that would help. But I guess like if you have a broken leg, you're supposed to stay off of it, so there are limits. It sounds like you're at that limit where it's just like wait to improve. Which sucks, but best to listen to what your doctor says. And obviously, if possible, usually doesn't help to check with other doctors. Not every doctor is a genius. Yeah, things should improve in time. The body is quite resilient. I think that's, well, not quite the same thing, but one thing I really liked learning about whenever I was taking psychology classes was neuroplasticity. So the brain is very good at adapting. So for example, they've had tests where they would like attach sensors or something to like your brain, and they would give you like a mechanical arm. And given enough time and effort, people were able to like rewire part of their brain to control the third arm. That is neuroplasticity. That's fine. That gives you enough time to continue to get better. Definitely better to make sure you're 100%, or at least close to 100%. Because then you'd probably just get frustrated if you like had difficulty breathing and then halfway through whatever you're doing you couldn't do it. Yeah, anytime there's like a change, there's a bit of a balancing period, I imagine. Make sure you're honest with your doctor. They cannot help you if you're not honest with them. Alright, this should kill everything that falls down now. The one major problem with going to the doctor. If you're not honest with them about like symptoms and whatever else, then obviously they can't treat you. Every little detail can matter. I think most doctors use like a database actually. They just input like all the symptoms and then it gives them a list of like possible things it could be. And then they have to like whittle down that list to figure out what it actually is. Oops, I got rid of my cobblestone. Cobblestone. I have no cobblestone. I had to go back down. Oops, too far. What am I doing? I keep forgetting what I'm doing. I swear I've opened and closed some of these shulker boxes like 10 times while I'm talking. I am very bad at multitasking, which is why I don't think I'll do too many programming live streams. If I do a programming stream, I might do short bursts of them, because I cannot focus on programming and talk. I have learned that. I almost feel that way with art too, because I'm still very much a beginner. So, like, the effort required for me to do something is just so much higher. So any distraction just like causes the problem. Look at him go. I gotta get that one somehow. Alright, now everything that falls from here should die. Why is it so light up there? Alright, now go down. This is the top floor. This is the bottom floor. Now we need to go 1, 2, 3. And do this room. This is where the magic happens. We have to rebuild our little redstone circuit. Which I will have to go get more cobblestone. Which is why you keep everything that you mine, because eventually you're gonna need it. You don't just let it rot on the floor and despawn. Yes, you are once again being attacked. Make sure I have my elytra on. See? I have all these chests of stuff saved. Cobblestone galore. I could have taken the water back up. This is faster. Oh, one more level. Let's see, how long have I been live? 2 hours. Why would you stop using it if they followed you? I mean, they might unfollow if you're inactive. Who knows? Maybe if you were active, they'd ask you to collab with them. Stuff like that happens. Let's see, do I need to go any further out? Nope. Why not? Man, I need to go on like a... I have to plan some Twitter tweets. I need to start finding people to collab with again. It doesn't matter what you think, though. It matters what they think and what fans think. Like, in terms of, like, what to watch. Obviously, what you care about is what matters to you. And it's good. It's important to have self-worth. Like, I think that's one of the biggest properties that people overlook. Because some people are drawn in by, like, wanting to help people and wanting to be helpful. But if people constantly, like, push away and like, no, I'm not good enough, blah, 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 and they do that, like, constantly, then, like, people lose interest. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you expect them to believe in you? Because while I don't think I have the personality to be a large streamer, I think I have enough ability and content to do small stuff. So I have confidence. I just don't believe that it'll be higher than what I expect. But that doesn't mean I won't attempt it. It just means it's not my goal. But some of my friends that know me very well know that I overthink things a lot. I am a very logic-driven person. So I mean, there's confidence that you display and then confidence that you just know. Oh wait, I need to put this stuff down. Is this for? Why did I extend this out one more? Let's retract this. But yeah, work on some self-confidence. You don't have to, change overnight, because that's kind of unreasonable, but have confidence in your own abilities. You don't have to be a narcissist about it, but you should be able to accept, like, a compliment and stuff. I mean, that's one way of doing it. But it can also be counter to the point. Like, as much as people like to say that they like authenticity in people, and they're like, oh, this person's so real, so down to earth, so relatable. That's not really what they are, like, drawn to, per se. So if you watch people on Twitter and you look at, like, what gets the most interest, people like things that are relatable. They also like things that, like, interest them or cause them, like, joy. So talking about, like, you could take one topic and tweet about it in, like, 5 different, like, moods, and you'll see, like, a wide variety of interest. So some of it comes down to like how it's being framed. Yeah, they like certain aspects of it. They almost like romanticize authenticity. But as most people know, you can be too honest. Like there's honesty and then there's just being mean. Because there is a difference. And some people will use that as an excuse. Yeah, they like the... I got tripped up there because I was like the idle version. But then you're like ideal version. I'm like, because I was about to say ideal, but you said ideal. Let's see, which room do I need to go in? This? No. Yes, this one. English is a pretty difficult language to learn, I think. Let's see, so we have one here. Means the next one supposed to be empty. Means this one goes here. And then nothing down here. Which means I get to do it the same way I did it before. Oops, not there. Man, Japanese is one of those things, like I plan on learning it, but I never have the time to commit to it. You hear all those things dying, they got pushed off by the water. Everything dead. I hope so. If things still survive the fall, I'm gonna be upset, because that means I have to lower it again. Okay, so now we need these. I mean, I've been, like, off and on learning Japanese. Little by little, I'm understanding pieces of it, but, like, nowhere even close to, like, really understanding it. I just have too many hobbies. Because I have so many hobbies, I'll probably never learn a second language. It just requires a lot of effort, like a very large commitment. And unfortunately, I have too many things I want to learn. Other way. I have to stagger these so that they don't interrupt each other. So now I just do one more lane. Oh, I need more of those. I could probably get away. Nah, I probably need more. But yeah, I've been studying Japanese for a while. I always get tripped up trying to memorize the entire, like, 3 alphabets. Because, of course, they can't just have one fucking alphabet. You got katakana. I can't remember the name of the other one, and I'm gonna say it wrong. There's like 3. There's kanji, katakana, and I forget what the H one is. It reminds me of, like, in high school I had to learn Chinese because I asked to learn Japanese, and they put me in a Chinese class because the Japanese class was full, and they said, well, this is close enough. And that is how I took 3 years of Chinese. Because you had to stick to one language once you started it. Otherwise, you wouldn't get academic honors. Yeah, you could probably sing in Japanese without actually being able to speak in Japanese. That probably just takes practice of like repetition. But yeah, I understand a little bit of Chinese. I've like lost most of it. I understand like the basest of things. I know like 3 phrases and the numbers. Most of the phrases I remember, it's because I kept saying them because I was making jokes. Like in Chinese, if you want to say I can't speak English, you'd say no hui shuo Ingwen ma. Or that's if you're asking ma's if you're asking a question. You just say no hui shuo Ingwen. Or of course the obvious fun one, which is saying that you can't speak the language in the language. So no hui shuo Chongwen. Chongwen is Chinese. Ingwen is English. No is obviously no, and hui shuo is speak. Then there's just saying no, which is bushi, which sounds like bullshit, which I love. And then one lesson I'll never forget because it was so funny was well, there's 2 things here. I'll start with the first one. The first one is the word ma. So if you didn't know this, the Mandarin language has 4 tones. And I've explained this probably on a stream before, because I remember talking about Chinese before. But you can say ma, 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 or ma. And those 4 different tones mean 4 different things. Potentially more different things, because the context of what you say them next to also matters. Like, a word can change based on other things next to it. Like, context. But yeah, basically, by saying that different thing, you could either be calling... You could either say, be calling someone mom, or you could be calling them a horse. Or you could be asking a question. Because ma, based on the tone, could be either of those things. Not only does the tone for everything matter in Chinese, but like the context of what it said next to also could change what the word means. And that's Mandarin. Cantonese is like 6+ tones. Like, it's hard enough to do 4 tones, but 6 tones, like, get out of here. Oh yeah, I'm looking for stone. Then, obviously I learned a very tiny amount of Spanish, because that's what I was required to take in middle school. But I know probably more Spanish than I do Chinese, but not by much. Like, once again, I basically know the numbers. I know a couple words here and there, a couple phrases. but like nothing that would like get me by in a conversation. And it's about the same way with Japanese. The problem with a language is you have to practice it, and if you don't have people to practice it with, then you just don't learn it. Because you have to speak it, you have to read it, you have to keep seeing it, keep reading it and saying it. Are you actually fluent, Koji, or you just understand enough to get by? You understand a lot. So that means you don't really know it. Would you say you're fluent? If we just, dumped you in the middle of a Spanish-speaking country, would you survive? I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, how can you understand it but not be able to say it? Like, are you just not able to, like, pronounce it? Like, your brain translates it for you. So, I guess I can understand what you're saying. Yeah, so it's kind of like a multiple choice question, where when you see everything there, you can kind of remember what the words are, but by not knowing the words that you're going to say, it's harder, right? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alright, now the block will go here. I never thought about it that much, but actually that does make sense now that I actually think about it more. Because I always had trouble on tests that were like open answer. But if you gave me a multiple choice test, I could probably do it. Like, even if I don't really understand the subject. I was very much a... I'm very like... I don't want to say book smart, because I'm not like super intelligent. But I got really good at taking tests and doing homework and all the other garbage that comes with school. You see, that's pretty nice. Being in a family that's bilingual has so many advantages. Like, I bet you've never considered this, but just by being bilingual, you could probably, like, do translator type stuff. And there's some jobs that actually have, like, increased pay if you're bilingual. Like, if you can service a different variety of customers than just the monolingual ones, then they pay better. That reminds me, actually. one of my coworkers at a previous company I was with, he was of Hispanic origin, and he had a bit of an accent, but like not really that much of an accent. Like I don't get how this happened, but he was calling someplace, and when he was calling in, they like forwarded him from like the English line to the Spanish line. despite him like saying hello and everything in English. He immediately like turned to me because our desks were right next to each other at work. He's like, they just transferred me to the Spanish line. Alright, pressing this button should cause us to work. Here's the signal. Yep, there it goes. See, Koji, this is very simple. Does it make more sense now that I've like cleaned it up? Like, this looks a lot cleaner than the last one. This is just a really big line. Come on, Koji. Simple. Starts here, and you can literally see it moving. You can watch it move. You can see the progress of it. You can literally follow it. And since there's such a large delay between this and this, the same signal that I applied from the button is just going to go around and around and around. Like, I get that you might not understand this part, because this part requires like some redstone knowledge about how power transmits. This part is very simple. It's just a circle. And you're gonna say okay, just like people say in class, right? Where you just want the teacher to shut up because you're like, okay, I get it, yeah, I understand. and then the test comes around and you're like, I didn't understand. I lied. I had teachers that were like that, where they're like, are you saying yes because you understand or because you want me to stop talking? Well, I got lucky. I had some really good teachers. I feel like I had some of the best teachers slash professors, like, of anywhere. Like, they're actually committed to teaching. Not like a lot of teachers I see out there that are just like half-assing it. If you actually enjoy the teachers that you have, you're going to be way more willing to learn. So it's really a shame that so many people don't get that opportunity. They get stuck with very jaded teachers that just get like problem students and then give up. Oh yeah, I never finished saying about what the two Chinese things I was talking about. One of those things was the tones, and the other thing that I always think about my Chinese class is the teacher. So my Chinese lessons were taught by a Taiwanese teacher. If you understand, you understand. Do you understand, Koji? I think I'm gonna block this part off. Oh, she was a wonderful teacher. She liked me a lot because I actually attempted to learn it, even though it wasn't the language I wanted to learn. Like, if I'm gonna learn it, I'm gonna learn it. So, she tried very hard to get me to apply to, like, various, like, Chinese scholarships for learning Chinese in college to get, like, an extra, like, pay or something. but I wasn't like that interested in the language. But like all the classes, I'd pay attention, and I'd like pay attention to like the culture lessons and all the other stuff. It's also where I learned that apparently Jackie Chan is anti-Taiwan. But that's one of those teachers I was talking about where like if the teacher's passionate about what they do, then it makes a difference. Because the kids were so fucking rude to her. Like one of the classes I had in high school with that teacher, like the kids would do that like mocking thing where they just speak like very like racist Chinese. Like they would just like speak various like vowels from like common Chinese words and then like plant their eyes and then they would throw paper at her. To the point where like they had to call one of the guards in because the kids were like pretty much tormenting the poor teacher. But she still taught the cat, the class, not the cat. Didn't let that experience jade her. She also gave me a Chinese chess set when we were learning about various Chinese games. I had made like a very like ghetto version of it out of like poker chips that I threw a Sharpie on to represent the piece. And like a paper board. I brought that in and she's like, I'm gonna give you a set. Look, this isn't the first time I've made like a very ghetto version of a game. Actually, when I was in college, I actually started playing D&D in college. And, you know, I couldn't afford like miniatures when I was DMing. So I basically just put masking tape over coins and then drew like symbols on them. Very, very similar to how I did the Chinese chess game. Actually, no, the teacher was actually very happy because it showed that like I was actually interested in it. Like the fact that I was willing to make that to play it like outside of class and stuff, that showed enthusiasm. Let's see, which of these should I bring with me? Probably none of them. Except this one, because this is the one I carry stuff around in. Alright, well we improved the mob farm, which I need to move a lot of this stuff down there eventually. The only thing I'm going to do is clean out some of those boxes. Where's my pick? Where did I put my silk touch? There it is. But yeah, school is pretty interesting. I'm probably one of the few people that you could ask that actually enjoyed school. I had a very unique school. Every school I had, I was like one of the guinea pigs for like the education at that time. basically, I mean, I really was a test subject. My middle school was like the smart kid middle school because I did well, and they had like an engineering program that they started, and then I ended up getting into a program that you're supposed to be a part of from like the beginning of middle school on like my second to last year of high school, which is why I was able to go to a university for a year because the scholarships that came with it. But that's not even getting into the fact that my high school was like an entire experiment. Like, it was a very big high school, but I'd say we had like 3,000 in our graduating class. And I think it's like 2 to 3,000 in the graduating class of my year. So we had a lot of places in my high school. The high school was almost like a small college campus. And our academy was like the test for a new like teaching system where we did project-based learning. So we learned about like how to work with a team, how to present things, how to speak in public, how to be self motivated essentially. Because the teacher would give you a like project prompt as if you were working for a company. And they say, we need a presentation on how the body system works so that we can show it to our board. So, you know, for biology class, you had to go and research like all the various systems of like the human like biology. You'd have to explain like how when you eat something, how it converts it to energy, how when you breathe, how that transpires in the body and all that stuff. They'd give you like guidelines of what they want you to present, and then they would grade you on A, how well you presented it, B, the content that you presented, C, how well you worked as a team, because you had to work in a team. You would get a grade based on your own evaluations, and then I forget what the last one was, but it was like 5 ways of grading. I think the last one was just work ethic, like how well you worked individually. So yeah, I did like 4 years of that for high school, which is probably why it's not too difficult to like just present and do things. It's actually helped. Dang it, this guy survived. That means I need to make this lower. Dang it. I'll do that later. If anything, they'll accumulate slower. I was gonna clean these out a little bit. But yeah, that was my high school experience. And I think I've said it before, but I was also the valedictorian of my school. And it was pretty funny how that came about, because my senior year, the dean basically approached me and was like, so, Kraft, you're a candidate for valedictorian. I'm like, what? Like, I've always been a competitive person, so like I would compete with other classmates for grades and stuff. But apparently I did well enough that I was in the running. And the funniest thing that I'll always remember is in my entire high school report card, I had, if I remember this correctly, a single B. A single B. And I asked the teacher, because I was like, I had already been valedictorian at this point. Like, they already declared it. And I asked that teacher, like, You're the only person that gave me a B on my entire record of high school, my entire transcript. He's like, well, did you give 100% on everything I asked of you? And I was like, no, I didn't. He's like, that's why you got a B. Because it was like a shop class. No, I wasn't asking him over it because I was salty. It was funny. Like, out of everything I get a B on, it was a teacher that was just grading based on effort. Which is kind of ironic, because it takes a lot of effort to get A's in every class, right? The only thing I'll say is that I did not get valedictorian because I am smart. I got valedictorian because I just did the work. If you do all the homework and all the lessons, all the quizzes, all the tests, and you actually make an effort to learn it, at least temporarily, like, you'll probably do pretty well. The whole reason I didn't do that well in college, because I moved majors a lot in college. I will say, college is definitely worth doing, as long as you're being smart about like the finances part of it. Like, don't take out a $200,000 loan to go to college. Probably not worth it. But if you go to a small like community college, you can learn a lot of things. You don't necessarily learn just whatever the subject is. It's kind of like why am I putting the gunpowder in this one? It's kind of like trying to organize and do this at the same time and it's not working. Kind of like how you don't homeschool, because homeschooling basically leads to someone that doesn't have like social skills, because they don't have to interact with anyone. They only interact with their family, so they don't get to learn a lot of like common things that you require. Not to say that they're like not gonna have social skills, it'll just be more difficult. Same with friends. Most people, their friends are the people they work with, or the people that they went to school with. Unless you have like a very energetic like hobby that involves a lot of other people. Typically, most of them are going to be like adjacent to what you already do. I need to label these so I don't have to click on each one of them. Did I put bones somewhere? I did. I need labels. Alright, well this is mostly working. Every now and then one of these guys will fall and not die, but I think I'm content. Oh, this is full. I need to clean up these, and then... You know what, screw it. I'm not going to be standing here anyways. Oh, it's so much junk. Alright. Leave this stuff here for now. Have my stuff. I kind of don't feel like going on an adventure right now. Actually, let's stay up there. I'm going to swap games. I have done enough work in Minecraft. and I still feel like streaming, so we're gonna swap something else. Something that doesn't require me to ramble on and on and on and on and tell the same stories like 50 million times. Alright, we're going to disconnect from here and log off. And now I'm going to be right back. Let me go ahead and switch the title and everything first, though. We're going to play Elderborn. To Elderborn. Probably destroy my audio by starting the game. I have to rearrange everything. The model's gonna be oversized for the screen, probably. Come on, it's gonna show up. Maybe. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna have to squeeze it a bit. There we go, that'll do. Alright, so I will be right back. Oh, thanks for following. We're about to get into this. I'm gonna take a quick break to go refill my water. So be right back. Alright, we're back. Don't live in a 5-story mansion. I'm able to get to the sink pretty quick. Alright, so this one I played maybe 2 weeks ago. It was pretty fun. I don't remember any of the controls, to be honest, but we're just gonna jump in. I apparently am 35% through the codex, so probably 2 more sessions of this need to be done. I beat the boss at the end of the first dungeon, and then now I'm open to multiple dungeons. Yeah. I beat this one and came out the door, and then they showed me, I think that, and that. I think I have to go do those. Also, what am I holding? Oh yeah, I got the two-handed sword. Let me check the settings, because this is like destroying my my model. That would be why. Okay, that should be smoother, maybe? Nope. Apparently it wants to be a problem. I don't know why. Some games just like to be a pain. Oh well. Should be good enough. My model will just lag. The key fits. Let's see. How do I dodge? Oh, yeah, shift dodge. Right click the block. Heavy attack. There's probably more buttons I'm not remembering. We need keys. I'm just gonna assume we gotta go this way. The heck is that guy? Lepers are the lowest of scum, plaguing the slums of your mum. Oh yeah, I forgot. This place is called Your Mum. You might miss them at first, mistaking one for a pile of old dirty rags. But then the piles move and you realize that somewhere inside a human that would have normally died from leprosy still clings to life. Cool. I don't really recall the story, but that's okay. I don't think this is really meant to be like a story game. Oh nice, your Wi-Fi's back. When did it leave? When I went on break? This game's killing my models, so my models can be like a second behind what I actually say, probably. Ooh. This is... Oh wow, that was a while ago. Your Wi-Fi cut out, and then you come back and I'm playing a different game. How many points did I get? Yeah, I basically wrapped up the mob farm, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna switch games. Did I actually get a point? Oh no, it's just a challenge. Smash heads of 3 enemies in 10 seconds with Skull Crush. Yeah, I played Elderborn a couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago. And I decided to try and finish it tonight, maybe. It's kind of like a cheap version of Dark Souls. You're always ready to fight something. Oh, it's a puzzle. That's different. Where does this fit? I don't think that fits. Maybe? Well, it's gonna take more than one night of playing around with it. I feel like this is rotated correctly. Am I missing something? Does it have to face the right direction? Maybe this isn't right. Okay, now that looks correct. Okay, now this should be correct. That is 100% correct. So why does it not work? I guess we'll come back to it. It probably has to face the right direction. I don't know what direction it wants to face. The sun? Where's the sun at? Is the sun facing somewhere? There is no sun. The sun's up. Oh, it requires a key. I need a key to actually complete it. Do I have the key? I do not. I wonder if I need 3 keys. I think I need 3 keys. Cool, we found a puzzle. Oh, that's a key to something. Apparently it's a key to that. Man, I'm gonna miss so much stuff. I love weapons that can throw people around. Man. I wish Guild Wars was still popular. I had some fun in PvP on that. Ow. Ow! How do I heal? Ow! Stop that. How do I heal? R. Okay. I don't think I can parry with this weapon. Ah, the trusty spear. The spear I know how to parry with. Ow! What the heck was that? I think the bodies explode. Oh, nope. He's throwing shit at me. Try it again. Yeah, how you like it? Do it again. Come on, throw it again. Throw it. Throw it. Throw it again. I love the spear. Am I poisoned or something? Why am I still red? I think those guys explode, so I don't want to step on them. Man, this is like Dark Souls. This is like the first Dark Souls. Where you go through like the slums. Oh. Sounded like something was behind me. Maybe this will get me ready for Elden Ring. Oh, there's multiple. Ow. See, this weapon can parry. And it has reach. Oop. Ow. Checking. Gotta check the bodies. Nothing else in that corner. This feels like a trap. Oh, we're gonna go down. Ah, we gotta level up. Do I go for speed or do I go for strength? I think I should go for strength. Oh, he got up. Oh, he's throwing shit. Oh, cool. I'll mess around with it later. Because I'm interested in having a 3D again. Like, don't get me wrong, I like this model, but I don't know, there's something special about 3D. Plus, the 3D I could potentially use for animation stuff, which is the big appeal to me. Okay, I already came from that way. Ow! I don't think I can parry magic. Oh no. Oh shit. I have not encountered a magic guy before. I do not know how to deal with that. Sword and shield maybe? God, there's so many weapons. And I'll go back to spear. Where'd he go? Did he run back? Apparently the magic guys you can't run away from. You just gotta go up to them. There was also a stalker here. I don't know where he... Oh, there he is. Ow. 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 Stop it, please. I can't get his timing down. Can I climb this? Oh, I can. Where'd the magic guy go that was up here? What is that? Oops. God, there's so many places to go. You're supposed to keep track of all this. Oh look, a key. That I would have easily missed. Gotcha. Ow. Apparently he got me. Uh-oh. Alright, this is probably an important thing. I feel like I came up the way I'm not supposed to. They're all looking the wrong way. Yeah. It seems connected to the towers. I don't know. Doesn't look very connected. What do I do? Oh, it's a laser. I don't like that it's pointing at me. I feel like re-enabling whatever this is not a good idea. I really wish they'd give me a ranged weapon. Uh-oh. Hello. Alright, he's dead. What do I do for this? I have to, like, plug in a cable or something. Where did I get the cable? Man, the spear is so freaking good. Alright, well that goes back up to here. Goes all the way around. That one just loops. This one goes there. That one goes back up. Ow. Oh, crap. The big guy. Ow. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yep, I died. Everything respawned. Oh, never saw him do that. Alright, I gotta go to this side. Here. Ow. Heal. Over here. Stab that guy. Stab him. Alright, now go back over here. Maybe. Alright, parry, parry, stab. Ow, can't block that one. Ow. Alright, similar to the boss. Gotcha. The boss had a very similar attack pattern to that guy. You basically had to parry him, stab, stab, dodge, 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 and then repeat. Another trap. Something's gonna spawn. The guitars. There's so many weapons in this game. Ooh, these are fast. Stabby, stabby. Give these a try. Another key. I wonder if I have to solve that puzzle. Because I don't know. Oh my god. Are they fighting each other? They're fighting each other. Did pulling that cause them to fight? Oh, there might have been a gate down there. I bet there's a gate down there and that opened it up. I think there's... I opened that chest already. Why is it glowing? Actually, maybe I didn't. Nope, I didn't. Hello, enemy. Ooh. I might like this more than the spear. I like parry weapons. Look at the speed. That's how you do it. Walk up behind him, stab, 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 stab. Do it again on this guy. Oh, that guy almost got me, but I stabbed him. This weapon is comically fast. That guy has no idea what just happened. He's just like, I'm watching my post. That's it. I will not turn around. I will not get stabbed in the ass. Oh! Is there another guy? Nope, just that one. I am having too much fun with that, and that's okay. This guy is standing under a key. I keep finding keys, but I don't know what the heck this thing's for. Oh, sneaky guy. I feel like whenever this thing powers up, it's going to start shooting me. But like, how do you power it? It says it seems connected to the towers, but like... to that? To that, maybe? I think that one doesn't have power because it's blue. But this one's red. Oh, that guy respawned. Ow. What the heck? Where's he going? Okay, that's cool. How about you go away? I need to heal, but... I want things to respawn. Let's see, that's a tower I don't think I need to go to yet. Whereas this is the tower I think I need to go to. Probably not. I don't see a way to get to it. Did I already go this way? Probably. I guess we go over there. Oh, I forgot there's fall damage. Dang it. Alright, we're gonna have to respawn all the enemies because I need healing items again. Uh-oh. Go ahead and farm up some more XP. Get some practice in. Wow, I literally messed up every one of those. And that one. I feel like I'm not timing this right. There we go. Oh, back attack. Dang mages. Why don't I get magic? Run! Ow. Ow! The heck is hitting me? Someone's throwing stuff at me. Oh, that guy. Good to know the parry still works. I still don't know if it works on magic yet, though. I don't think it does. Ah, knowledge. Your mum never knew sickness, but some of the barbarians who raided the city brought with them a plague. Brought to flesh and mind, without the escape of death, the Golden Army does everything in their power to limit the disease and to keep the sick in the slums. Sounds about right. Alright, I'm back to the door. Have I found any of the keys? Maybe? No. Nope. And nope. Alright, we'll go ahead and heal, which unfortunately revives everything. Then we'll go back to the door, try to figure out what the heck this puzzle is. Or maybe we'll go through a different door. I'm guessing you have to go all the way through that, and then that opens back up over here. Wait, more knowledge. The arena serves as an access to the whole city, and all the paths from all the parts of town cross here. A strange contraption lingers in the middle and awaits anyone brave enough to try to solve its mystery. It has been so far, as long as we remember. What? That's not English. It has been so for as long as we remember. Okay, there we go. But no one really paid much attention to the mechanism, as the arena served as the place of commerce and entertainment. Slaves would be made to fight each other in its sands. Wagers were made. Fresh food smelled from the stalls. People would laugh and cheer. It was glorious. Alright, this is the way back. Should I attempt to open one of these other ones? I have a lot of keys. There's nothing here. Literally a waste of keys. Anything else around here? Loot. I really hope they give me a bow or something. Like, I don't mind melee, but some of these guys are pretty far away. They keep putting the mages up on, like, stands. Yeah, I love that I can just climb over that. Alright, where does this go? Aha, I do have the key. Does this go to the tower? See, that symbol I can't parry. Dang mage. Uh-oh. I think I'm safe. That's a big portal. That's a lot of guys. Come on, follow me down here. Yeah. We get mage. What seems like eternity, this part of Jermum was my home. The glorious city was kind to me, bestowed upon me its many gifts. Riches, luxury, longevity. As I see it turning into ruin, I set out on a quest of folly. I want to keep the memory of your mom's greatness. I will travel to every nook and cranny, leaving tablets just like this one. If there's the slightest chance, the city will once return to its former glory. I want to remember how it once was, thanks to my writings. One dude just walked around with a bunch of tablets, carving words into them. Just leaving them random places. Use a kick button. Yeah, kick. Check all of it. The heck? The heck is this guy using? There's another guy down here. Okay, haven't seen that guy yet. How the heck do you beat this guy? I'm gonna guess I need a bigger weapon for this one. Okay, apparently not. How do I beat this guy? Ah, parry. Ow. Alright, that guy's a lot harder to beat. The game is getting a lot harder. There was always a kind of tension between the noblemen and the clergy of Jermum. The priests of the celestial gods would never treat the nobles as equals. Little did we'd known that there's even more tension among the factions of the priests themselves. But when some of the priests began to incite an unthinkable crime, many of the noblemen readily joined their cause, lured by the promise of elevation. Oh. I don't like that I get hit after it's already, like, on the ground. Let's heal before we fight this guy. Can't parry that. I gotta figure out which button switches to something I can block with. But it's so slow, I don't think I could switch to it and block in time. Who needs to parry when you could just do that? It does take almost equal amount effort and timing though. Come this way. Definitely a time and place to use this. Alright, I am screwed. You cannot take those guys on with brute force. You have to parry the phalanx guys, I guess. Alright, there's gotta be something up here for all those enemies. Apparently not. Just XP. Nope. And lore. Not gonna read it anymore. Too much reading. Make some progress. There's the tower. Is that the way I came in? Don't think it is. Alright, can't get in that way. I bet we can't just skip right to it. I bet there's something that we have to do first. We probably have to do something that opens the door. Yep, that would seem to be the case. I don't see anything to interact with. Means we have to go back through here, probably through that portal. Ow. I hear footsteps, but I feel like it's just my footsteps delayed. Unless he's on the roof. Which he could be. One up here. One up there. Key. Oh, there he is. Ow, stop that. I knew someone was following me. Have I done any challenges? Probably not. See, there's one guy there. Oh, two guys. Where'd they go? Oh, they're fighting. Cool. Join in. All the XP is mine. Oh no. Oh, a lot of guys over here. Where did that guy go? Oh, there he is. Aha! That's their special key. And another key. Man, there's a lot of keys over here. Ooh, is that a new weapon? That is a new weapon. The new spear. You can parry enemies, kill, drop more essence. I think she's an upgraded spear. I really don't want to fight all three of those guys at the same time. You know what? I didn't go through the other gate. Let's go through this one. And heal. And there's a lot of exploration in this game. Feels a little unfair to compare it to Dark Souls as like a cheap knockoff. They put some actual effort into this. Little clumsy, but it's pretty good. A lot of weapons, interesting combat, relatively interesting. The level design's pretty good, not overly complicated. I mean, anyone that plays video games is a game reviewer. I don't know how to get into these towers. We're kind of just going in circles. I'm gonna guess we do have to figure out what's going on with like the cables. Or might. Once I get to... Oh, I need 7 more. I need a lot more. Guessing I have to deactivate this from the other side. Which I think over here. It's like a checkpoint system. Very similar to Dark Souls, in fact. You have to progress far enough in the level, and then... Uh-oh. And then eventually, you get a door to open. Make sure he's dead. Oh. Oh, dang it. I don't know how to deal with these guys without getting close. Oh, someone's throwing stuff at me. I don't know where he is. There he is. Alright, now I can actually search. Looking for more keys I can't do anything with. Can I walk on this? Nope. Dang it. I don't even know where I was. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. I did not want to respawn everything. Dang it. Alright, well I think I need to go this way. Ow! Big guy. Dang it, they always do the unblockable stuff right when I'm not expecting it. Alright, a lot of enemies here. Cable goes up. But it also goes way over there. What do we do with the cables? Oh, hello. I can walk around this. I can. They're looking the other way. Bad soldiers. See? The perks of being sneaky. I feel like there's a way to crouch, but I don't remember what it is. What? I missed. Ow. Some enemies are really easy to deal with, some enemies are not. The shield guys I feel like are the easiest. Because they're so defensive, they're not difficult at all. Weird, there's no enemy right here. Alright, so I have to trace those cables or something? Like, what do they mean about the towers and shit? Like, do I have to get up there? Apparently not. I feel like I don't have to get up there. But I do have to somehow... Oh, here we go. Nice. What do I do with this? Do I break it? It seems to connect to the towers. You know what? Hammer. Does nothing. If I'm not supposed to destroy it, what the heck am I supposed to do? The game has given me no clue here. What does this mean it connects to the towers? You can see that it connects to the towers. Why are you supposed to come over here? Like, you can't break any of it. Like, there's just something I don't understand from this. Like, am I missing something? Like, what's the point of fighting your way over here just to say, oh, this is connected to the tower? How you deal with them. I only wish that worked on that guy. What are you supposed to do with this? Like, can I break this? No. Where the heck did I even spawn? Alright, it's connected to the tower. Cool. What do I do with the tower? I have like a billion keys, but I don't know how to get in the tower. Can I change my buttons? Probably not. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 does not work. Maybe Alt 1? No. Control 1? Nope. Alt 1 gives you the other version of that. Okay. Good to know. Alright, so we know about this tower. This tower does nothing. We don't have the components that go inside of it. Clearly that area doesn't like us very much. Let's go over here. Go back this way. Oh, not that way, this way. Ow, there's a lot of enemies. Alright, we started looking at the red tower first. Maybe this will have some more information for us. I went in a circle. So this one has like no information for us. Like, I'm guessing these have to shoot lasers at, like, that. But, like, how do you aim it? How do you get it to do anything? I'm guessing it has something to do with, like, the levers that you can find in the city. Because we did find a lever over there somewhere. So I'm guessing we just have to keep wandering around until we find a lever on a wall. Which is kind of annoying. Like, you'd think it would be in a spot that makes sense, right? Not just randomly placed. Another key that doesn't really go to anything. I don't think we've been over here. Dang it, would you guys stop throwing literally shit at me? Alright, so nothing over here. No levers I can see. No levers here. Ow. Chopped his head off. Come on, come at me. Come on, come at me. What you get. Alright, there's nothing there. That guy's pretending to be dead. That guy is dead. There's nothing this way. The lever I found last time was like over here. Alright, those guys are fighting each other. How do we do this stupid laser? I will hydrate. I want to get like one tower done. It's obvious I'm not going to beat the game tonight. I'd like to figure out what the heck this mystery tower crap is. Alright. We know it's connected to the tower. What does that mean? It seems connected to the tower. This thing does nothing. Like it points at you. But does nothing. It says 2 cables in it. One of which comes over here. But that doesn't have an extra cable. And this one just goes in like a circle with that thing. So it has to come down to this over here, but I don't know what to do with this. Like, clearly something is missing here, but like, where? I don't think you're supposed to go up there. Probably not. I'm guessing I'm not supposed to be over here either. Yeah, probably not. Uh-oh. Might be on the wall. Uh-oh. How do I get back from here? Well, only way, only way. Here we go. Alright, this is the other area. Let's go back to the red area. Man, I don't think I'm like learning anything from this. There's just no information. Also, this is not the red area. I guess I could look around here. Did I open that gate? I did. See what's over here. Like, clearly you're supposed to do something with that, but what? Once you get it once, you kind of end up taking the whole combo. Alright, so this comes from literally, it just loops. Literally enters this pool and that's it. What do we do with this knowledge? Aha, another key. I have like 20 of these keys. They don't like go to any door that actually leads me anywhere. Alright, we're gonna go back up the side way. We're gonna keep going though. Oh no. Let's stay over here. I don't think I went this way last time. See what's up here. Absolutely nothing. Already been here. There's like nothing. I don't understand what this game is trying to tell me. And I would read like the notes that you get, but from my experience they've given me no, it's just like lore, like background lore. Like clearly you're supposed to follow this to the point. Like what do you do when you get there? Uh-oh. Oh, that's what you gotta do. You gotta make them run into something. And there's like nothing up here. You know, there's like one thing I haven't tested. Ow. I haven't tried kicking it. Kicking it does nothing. Cool. Like, what do you do here? It seems connected to the towers. I went to 2 different ones of these, and it literally says the same thing. But if you go to the tower, there's nothing you can do with the tower. The heck are you supposed to do? Alright, we're Googling it. At the top of each tower is a key you can get after the priest for that tower is dead. Okay. Well, we have to get up to the tower first. Doesn't really tell us anything. There's literally, like, no search results for this. That's cool. Ah. There's like no boss here. There's nothing to pick up. You kill all these guys, and there's nothing here. What are you supposed to do? Plug in a key? I have the keys. Yeah, like, why would you fight your way all the way over here if you can't interact with it? You have to hold E on it. And then you have to keep attacking it to make it spin, apparently. Because that's obvious, right? Alright, I think this one's powered up. That's so freaking dumb. Well, we didn't even have to cheat, because there's no way that you could possibly cheat. Because the game is so... It's not played by anyone. Man, I wish I could just jump off. Will this stay lit if I freaking just jump off and spawn somewhere else? I don't think I'll survive that. You know what? Screw it. Let's try it. Nope, didn't work. Is it still lasering? Yes, it's still lasering. Okay, I can accept that. Where'd I fall from? Oh, I fell from way over there. Oh well. Alright, let's go do one of the towers. You know what, let's register this as our checkpoint. Oh, it's these guys. Come on, charge again. Ow! These guys are hard to beat. You can't brute force them, you have to parry. Alright, I think we have to beat a guy at the top of this. I don't think Alt 3 does what I think it does. Oh, hello. Alright, this weapon is not the best for these guys. Man, some of these weapons just do not work. Also, how do these freaking controls work? Like, where's my controls? Quick swap weapon. Was it? Quick swap to what? One-handed blades, spears. Toggle render mode. Okay. Great swords. There's like more than like one type of weapon, so how do you switch between them quickly? I think he's stuck. Now he's dead. Well, let's try this. Oh my god, that thing is hard to block. I like parrying is still the best way to beat any guy. Who's out here? Nice, we actually get a checkpoint. Wait, what is that? Okay, excessively long staircase. Alright, that's fun. Okay, that's not cool. Go all the way back up. Dodge the static electricity. It's gonna keep following me. Ow. Alright, so how do you get through this guy? Ow. Take out this guy. This guy is kind of annoying. Alright, we've killed the Lightning Priest. And we have stolen his key. I will deposit the item, and then we will be calling it. Where is it? Alright, first one in. We need 2 more, and then I'm guessing we got a big boss fight. So, maybe we'll resume that tomorrow. But I am tired. It has been a long stream. If you're still out there, Koji, thank you for sticking around for so long. Alright, I'll catch you guys later. It's gonna be a busy February. Stay tuned. Also, because I have to, people don't check stuff. I have a YouTube. You can find a link in the description somewhere in my contact information. I don't have a link yet because I don't have enough subs. So go sub so I can get a link that actually works. Hey, it's in the contact thing under Twitch. It's like right underneath the about. It says YouTube. Go find it. Click it. Alright, goodbye.